Good morning, all. It's now a minute or so past 11. We're starting a bit late, and I think we will sit through until lunch. We will not break for tea again. We will just continue. Yes, good morning, Judge Makhubele. You are still under cross-examination, so would you please take the oath in view of the delay? You please take the oath. Do you swear that the further evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Again, say, so help me God.
So help me God.
Yes, Mr. Paver, you were cross-examining.
Good morning, Chair. I'm going to request, Chair, there's just an issue that was raised by the transcribers of the record, that it is requested that we speak slowly, loudly, and clearly at all times, and that we do not interpret one another because they're having difficulty with regards to the transcription of the record. So I'm requesting if that could be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Is there any other further business before we continue with the cross-examination? Yes, thank you. Advocate Paver.
Sorry, President, before we start with the cross-examination, we just want to request the pro forma prosecutors to, as a matter of courtesy, to give us information. We were surprised when last time to hear that I will be cross-examined by Advocate Paver. Not that there's nothing wrong, they are a team. But then our question was, when did they tell the tribunal? Because they, as a matter of courtesy, just to tell us.
Well, the tribunal knew who was representing the evidence leader, that it was Advocate Harrison and Advocate Paver who was assisting her. And when I called upon them to cross-examine, if you can recall, Advocate Harrison told me that the cross-examination would be done by Advocate Paver. I couldn't see anything irregular about that. He's been part of the proceedings ever since we commenced. As you say, there is no irregularity as far as I can see. And Advocate Paver had commenced cross-examination already before we adjourned the last time. And I'm going to ask him to continue with further cross-examination, which is the cross-examination coming from the evidence leader. If there's anything further, please raise it now.
President, I did not say there's anything wrong or irregular. I just say that as a matter of courtesy, I should not, if they come to the tribunal in chambers, to tell you that this part of the evidence will be done by this particular person. As a matter of courtesy and ethics, we should be invited. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. There's completely nothing wrong with it, but it was clarified this morning because my attorney asked Ms. Harrison, and she says she sent one of the secretariat staff to come and inform you in chambers. So we don't want to cause confusion. Just that if there's anything to be communicated to you, I should be notified.
Yes, you're certainly correct, but we were only notified when we came and sat here in your presence. We were notified that Advocate Paver would be doing the cross-examination. I don't know if there's anything else we should have been notified about, but if it arises, we will certainly include you. Thank you.
Judge Makhubele, Is it not so that Mr. Justice Mlambo was one of your firmest supporters?
You are correct.
Yes, I asked you a question. Is it not so? Do you agree with this proposition that Mr. Justice Mlambo was one of your firmest supporters? He supported you through your application at the JSC hearing. Is that not so?
Is it a question or a statement? If it's a statement, I confirm. There's evidence from him and from me too, to the effect that he actually recruited me to the bench. He supported me throughout, even with this issue that we are dealing with here, he supported me.
And is it not so that he was very approachable?
He is, still is.
Is it not? Would you have regarded him as a mentor of some sort, bearing in mind that he'd really spent a lot of time encouraging you to undertake duties as a judge?
If you can be specific, a mentor to me or in general?
To you,
No.
Judge Makhubele.
The answer is no,
No.
no. I don't know if I know the definition of mentor. That's why I say if you can be specific, but we haven't been in a situation where he plays that role as far as the definition that I know. You know, English is not my first language, but he hasn't played that role.
Well, is he the sort of person that you could go to for help and guidance?
I hate to answer a question with a question, but I don't know what type of help you're talking about.
Did you ever have to go to him and ask for advice or guidance in the 58 weeks that you acted as a judge in the Gauteng division?
Not on matters before me or matters that I was doing.
So let us just understand this. Your relationship with Mr. Justice Mlambo was not one where you would share confidences with him. Is that what we must understand?
About my work or personal matters?
About anything. About anything.
We had a good relationship.
Yes.
And I'm answering issues about relating to our professional work, that I would not regard him as my mentor. He's someone who saw potential in me when he first came. He was looking for silk, I was not yet silk then, but I had been recommended for silk. One of the few black women he invited us to act, and he encouraged me as I kept on accepting acting stints. I never gave him trouble with regard to, because it's common knowledge that some practitioners do not give their time to act, but I was one of those that he could rely on. And sometimes, if there's a judge who, for some reason, could not do a particular week or roster, and he would call and ask if I'm available, and I will avail myself. So, in that regard, yes, he saw me as someone reliable and committed, and obviously, when you write judgments, there's feedback, and there were never complaints about me. And I was seen as one of those with a potential, but that's why I'm saying your question, if you say confidence, are you talking professional or private? And professional matters, I can't regard him as my mentor. I don't know if I've answered you.
But you had acted for 58 weeks
I
in the
can,
division before you were appointed as a permanent judge, isn't that right?
I can accept your your assertion, but I don't have the spreadsheet with me. It's a long time. I can't remember.
Is it not so that you were in fact acting in the period the 10th of October to the 20th of October 2017?
I cannot remember. Say, if there is, that's what the roster says. It
Well,
means it's correct. Or if you have a spreadsheet before you, you can give me, I will confirm if it's something that I have drafted. But I remember my last acting, I think I was finalizing parthead matters, if I recall correctly.
yes. Well,
Yes.
you see, The Advocate, you're familiar with that publication, The Advocate. It's a publication where for example, they have bar news from the Pretoria Bar. Are you familiar with that publication?
I know that publication. Remember,
Yes.
I was chairperson of a bar, but sometimes they miss um, things, same as waters. I don't know if it still exists, waters or waters, if it still exists. You'll find at some particular point you were acting, but your name doesn't appear. So for me, that wouldn't be a reliable informant. But if you have the spreadsheet that I submitted to the JSC, you are welcome to.
Well, I just want you to comment on it. There's a report here that you acted on between the 9th of October and the 20th of October 2017. Is that wrong? Or could that have been the case?
If it accords with official records, I can't dispute it. But what I'm saying is, you are quoting a magazine. So, in if it accords with official records, I will have no reason to dispute it.
But this
Well, just
acting
excuse
appointment.
me. I think what is being asked of you, do you remember that in 2017, from the 9th of October to the 20th of October, you were then holding an acting appointment? Do you yourself recall that?
I answered him. That was the first thing I said. I do not remember
I see.
the dates, but in my spreadsheet that I submitted to the JSC, which is checked by the judge president, I would have mentioned the specific period. So my answer, which I'm repeating, is I cannot offhand remember.
But you remember you had a meeting with the judge president in July, is that right? Relating to your proposed application to be appointed as a judge and in anticipation of the JSE. You remember that?
I think my evidence, I stand corrected, and also JP's evidence is that we met several times before the JSC interviews. And the last time when I was testifying, I estimated the period because the president wanted to know. I think he was under the impression that maybe I specifically said applications, according to my recollections, closed around June in that particular year. And I've never said I met JP on a particular date, but what I said, an estimated period, is that as I was completing that questionnaire, we had several meetings.
Now, what did you ask the JP to take into account relating to your future commitments?
My water tribunal,
Yeah,
okay. Which period are you talking about? Before or after the interviews?
we're talking about before.
I was chairperson of the water tribunal. I had outstanding matters that I needed to finalize somewhere in that division, and I had one in Polokwane. Yes, that's our discussion was around the work that I did not want to let go. And as I testified, the one that was the Pretoria High Court was a matter that was going to the Constitutional Court, and we spoke about it, that I don't want to miss a chance to appear at the Constitutional Court. And I think the matter would have gone to the CC early 2018, I think February, if I remember correctly. So those are the things that I emphasized to him.
So there was only those matters that you discussed with the judge president at that time. That would have been June, July. Is that right?
Yes, as I
Right.
was completing my questionnaire.
Now, you told the tribunal that in September of 2017, your next door neighbor, Mr. Chauke, enlightened you about the prospect of that there was work going arising from the appointment of interim boards by the Minister of Transport. That's correct. Eh? I've got it right, in other words.
I don't know what enlighten means. If you can
He
clarify.
informed you, in other words. He told you about it. He told you that there were these jobs going. The Minister of Transport was looking to set up interim boards. There was some measure of urgency about it. Do you remember? That's your evidence. Okay.
My evidence is he asked me to give him my CV. There's a difference between asking and being told and then having interest. He asked me to give him my CV because the minister was encountering problems with setting up permanent boards, and he wanted to set up interim boards in all those agencies that fall under his jurisdiction. So
You,
I wish to correct you. It's it's not tell, enlighten. It's asked for a CV.
and you gave him your CV.
There is evidence here. I've also submitted our SMS communication and emails. I subsequently did.
And you heard nothing more about it.
No, I said I had nothing about it. I didn't follow up on it. And as you will recall from his last communication to me was that he has submitted it. So I forgot about it. We hand out CVs every day,
Yes.
or used to. I no longer do that every day.
Right. And then the 19th of October 2017, you receive a letter via an email, a directive from the judge president. Do you remember that?
I think, is it dated 19 October? If that's the one you're talking about, yes. It was addressed to several of us, recommended candidates.
Yes. The judge president congratulated those who had been recommended, and he set out quite clearly in his directive. My Judge Makhubele, it's quoted in, it was TAM4, but I'll just read it to you. We don't need to search it. Let me formally take this opportunity to congratulate you all on your elevation to the bench permanently. So he made it quite clear that you're being elevated to the bench permanently. And then he goes on to say, I look forward to welcoming and swearing you all in sometime in January. He made that quite clear to you. I just thought I'd advise you that your permanent appointment should be with effect from the 1st of January 2018, even though the presidency takes time to sign the necessary certificates and letters. You accept that's the situation that you found yourself in on the 19th of October 2017.
That's not the situation I found myself. If you recall, my counsel cross-examined JP extensively about the tone of that directive, and I may repeat my problem with that, which my counsel has already highlighted to JP, and he considered. Number one, no one had been appointed at that stage. Remember, 19 October 2017, no one had been appointed. So the use of a newly appointed judges, it's quite misleading. Number two, no one at that stage had been elevated to the bench permanently. That's quite misleading. Number three, if you read that memo or rather the directive going further down, he also highlights the challenges regarding what can I say, that the president sometimes does not sign certificates in time, but I've told him I want you on 1 January 2018. So you cannot talk about me having been permanently appointed to the bench on 19 October 2017.
Well, Judge Makhubele, let's just go back. The Judicial Service Commission had made a recommendation that you were to be appointed as a judge in terms of Section 174 of the Act. Is that not so?
It is common cause. There was a recommendation. No one, and definitely not me, can dispute that fact.
Yes. So I take it that you appreciated at that stage that it was almost a foregone conclusion that you were going to become a permanent judge. Isn't that so?
No, definitely not. There's nothing foregone. Recommendations can either be accepted or not accepted. I cannot and I couldn't have immediately after the interview start calling myself judge merely because I have been recommended. Yes, everybody wishes who has been recommended for anything, you wish that the decision maker will will confirm the recommendation. But if you say it's a foregone conclusion, then I think in my view that undermines the powers of the president to appoint. You are actually saying he just rubber stamps. And we know even recently, the JSC recommended Madam Justice Maya for the position of Chief Justice. And after some few, I don't know, I think it's a month or two or whatever period, but it was a lengthy period, the president didn't accept the JSC's recommendation. So to say it's a foregone conclusion, I think it's misleading me, and that, well, fortunately, all of us, we are lawyers, we know what a recommendation is. And I'm simply giving you a recent example. President Ramaphosa did not accept JSC's recommendation for Justice Maya to be Chief Justice. He made his own decision and appointed Chief Justice Zondo. So when did it become a foregone conclusion?
Yes, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. But now, anybody who watched your performance at the JSE, you went through with flying colors. Now, in your own mind, did you think, no, well, there's a possibility that I'm not going to be appointed? Did you really think that at the time, Judge Makhubele?
I may be bright and all those things, but I don't overrate myself. You remember, even in my discussions with JP, I said, if I am appointed, if. So I've never taken it as a foregone conclusion that I will sail through this interview. There are many would-be candidates who go through these interviews and they don't make it. So I'm a very cautious person. I don't overrate myself. I said, if I am appointed.
Now, Judge Makhubele, on that very same day, the 19th of October in the evening, it was announced that you were the chairperson or had been appointed as the chairperson of the Interim Board of Control of PRASA. You accept that?
That's my testimony.
Yeah.
I can't dispute my own testimony.
Now, what did you think at that stage? I mean, did you not think I've got a bit of a problem here? I might well become a judge. On the one hand, on the other hand, I'm getting this job as a chairperson of PRASA. Did it not enter your mind?
If we talk about what happened first, the directive came later. The directive from JP came later. It's dated on the same day, and if you look at my response, I think I mean I saw it later because I replied immediately, and I think my response is 20 October, the minute I saw it.
Well, Judge Makhubele, let's just understand this. You've got the prospect of becoming a judge. This is confirmed now by this directive. You've now got an appointment as the chairperson of PRASA. And then on the 20th of, you responded to the judge president, didn't you?
Okay, let me say this. Maybe you still going to ask me, but I think I need to clarify you. When I gave that person my CV, this is in my evidence. I'm not starting up this story. It's in my evidence. I told him that I have been shortlisted for judicial interviews, and if I am accepted, if I am appointed, I think I have reached a stage where I want to go to the bench. So I will choose going to the bench, and that's when the issue of say, no, it's just for a short period. It's interim, maximum. The minister has been given a maximum, I think they said 4 months to set up permanent boards. And I said, if that is the case, and if you talk about the confusion in my mind that may have been there, maybe I have not even processed it, but let me answer you now. At that time, I had already arranged to start in April, on 1 April. So I had no confusion to say tomorrow I'm going to be a judge. In my mind, I said if it's for a short time, the maximum that I can stay is 3 months. 31 March, I am leaving. That's what happened.
Well, now let's have a look at what you said in your response on the 20th of. You said, "Dear JP, thank you for the support and recommendation. Number one, I'm glad to accept the placement in Pretoria." That's the first thing you said. Second, I would like to have further discussions with you with regard to the starting date of my appointment. Now, why didn't you just simply say, Judge, just remember, JP, that we agreed that when we met before I went for my interview that I'd only start on the 1st of April. Why didn't you say that in your email?
For me, the minute you write further discussions, I said, I think in my evidence that I was shocked when I read the directive that he wants us all to start on the 1st of January. And because he had not told me why. That's why I said, can we have further discussions about my starting date? And remember, that shows we have been talking, and now I want to understand certain things. I can't just ask him in the email that I don't know if I replied to him exclusively, but I didn't see anything wrong in the manner I've placed it, and accepting placement at Pretoria. You will remember, if you practice in this division, it's either you are placed in Joburg or Pretoria, but you can be allocated work at Joburg, but your permanent station would be Pretoria or Johannesburg.
Sorry, can I just clarify something? When do you say you made Judge President Mlambo aware of the fact that you will only be able to start in April? When? I just want to know the date.
Before I went for the interview,
Before you went for the interview.
yes,
So it would have been before the end of September or early October.
the interviews were early October, I think.
Yeah, so
In our last discussion, which I cannot remember, the interviews were first week of October.
yes. And you say you had told him by then that you wouldn't be able to start before the 1st of April. Is that correct?
Not told, we agreed.
Well, yes.
Yes,
It would
so
have been.
I want to make that very clear that
Yeah.
it was not me telling him, we agreed that he will give me time.
Yes.
Yes.
And what was the reason for that during the earlier discussion, before you even went for the interview?
To finalize my work and to give the Minister of Water and Sanitation in 3 months' notice, which I did.
Yes. So you saying that even at your interview, the judge president knew, because he has in fact agreed that you could only start on the 1st of April.
You knew. Yes,
Yeah, he
that's
knew.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That he knew. So that's why I was surprised. And my first reaction when I read that directive that we all starting in January, my first reaction was to say to him, let's talk again, because I wanted to understand, because from our discussion, I expected my appointment certificate to bear the date of 1 April.
What I can't understand, and please help me if you can, you already had an agreement before your interview with Judge President Mlambo that you would start on the 1st of April. That's what you just told me.
Yes,
Then you received correspondence from him that says you are to start on the 1st of January.
all of us, not just
Yes,
me.
no, just, yeah. Well, all of you.
Yes,
You then wrote to him on the 20th of October.
yes.
Yes. Now, the letter you wrote on the 20th of October, you pointed out that you want to have certain discussions with him, further discussions.
Yes.
And one of the discussions you had in mind was your starting date.
Only.
No, you,
The only discussion
Yeah.
I wanted to have with him. Remember, all other issues, I have highlighted them. There was the he mentioned many things there, and which I I didn't have an issue with. I only had an issue with the date of 1 January. And if you read our further communication, his response to me, he says he is busy that particular week. Please put down what you think would be I don't want to misquote him, but if you must not just read that email, read his response. He asked me, what do you think would be a suitable starting date for you?
You see, that's where I had the problem. If you already knew and had agreed that you would start on the 1st of April, why then simply not in your response to him on the 20th of October? You simply pointed out to him, Judge President, remember, we've agreed that I will start on the 1st of April.
I said, I've already answered that to say it's something that came as a shock. And I said to him, can we have further discussions? I wish I was answering this question, reading that that response and his response to me, because he knew that we had agreed on 1 April, but now he says all of us 1 January. So I needed to understand why, and that's why I said we subsequently had a meeting, and that's when we resolved the matter.
Yes, thank you.
Well, I don't understand this either. What was so shocking about the fact that he was issuing a directive to everybody, including you, that you would start on the 1st of January 2018?
I've just said the fact that we had agreed on 1 April. When I see 1 January, it was shocking to me. Maybe not to you when you read it or when you think about it, but with me, that was my state of mind, and that's why I reacted immediately. I wanted to see him immediately.
Now, if we look at that email, 3, are we compelled to purchase new vehicles, or is it allowed to just claim the allowance? That's the third point you made in that email of the 20th. And then you say, I look forward to meeting you soon to discuss the matter, well, it must be matter in 1. And 1 relates to, I'm glad to accept my placement in Pretoria.
That's an error. That's an error because my request to meet him was not about placement in Pretoria. I think I made a mistake then because I can't say further discussions. We know further discussions was about starting date, and as you can see, his subsequent reply. Can you allow me an opportunity to see what you are reading from, please?
It's volume 5, page 637.
Volume 5.
Yeah, it's page 637. Turn up the screw. I was shocked.
Page?
637, Judge.
My 367 of volume 5, it's a part of my complaint against Advocate Bothes.
Do you have this email, Judge? Have you
I
got
have
this?
it in
Yes,
many
thank
other
you.
bundles, but not this volume 5 is something else. My volume 5 is,
Have you got the hard copy somewhere? I'm seeing volume 15.
Let's give it to Tom. 637.
Boss,
She's getting it. She's getting it. Let's have a look quickly. While you look at that volume, Judge Makhubele, I've just been told that come 12 o'clock, we're going to have load shedding. I was asked to remind everybody, please remain seated until the generator kicks in. It will be shortly after 12 p.m. So please be prepared for a 30 seconds or so. Thank you. Now we will please continue.
thank you, Mr. Paver. I think we need to sort out bundles. It says it's indeed volume 5, but the one,
yes,
volume 5 I'm having is something else. So I am here at
yes. Well,
page
you've got it in front of you, Judge. So can we deal with
637.
it?
You saying, and I was saying, I must have, this is the only explanation when you read this in context. I must have made a mistake. I wanted to say to discuss the matter in one because it, I meant to, because in one there's nothing to discuss. I'm gladly accepting the placement in Pretoria. What would be there to discuss? But the only issue that requires us to discuss, as I stated here, I would like to have further discussions with you with regard to the starting date of my appointment. Yes, so this is, I'm looking forward to discuss the matter in one. So this is it's a mistake.
Well, you see, when you say you have further discussions with the starting date of my appointment, that is on the assumption that you are going to be appointed. Isn't that right? Isn't that the inference we are driven to?
Remember, by this day, I had not yet been appointed.
No, we
I had
appreciate
not
that.
yet
But
been appointed, and even on his own evidence, JP, as you'll see in further emails, by the time I went, between this time and the time that the president signed, there were some delays in our discussions, which is why in his last email to me, he says, the delay has been of your own making because the president has already signed. So I had not yet been appointed on this day.
there is no mention.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm missing something here, Judge Makhubele. Placement in Pretoria, would that not entail that you would have the chambers, permanent chambers in Pretoria, a permanent secretary, permanent parking, and your daily work would be in Pretoria? Or did I misunderstand my appointment as a judge? Permanent placing in Pretoria would surely mean that you'll be based in Pretoria, you will have a chambers permanent, you'll have your parking permanent there, and you'll be based there until required by the JP to go elsewhere on circuit courts or to go and help out in Johannesburg, for instance. Or do I misread the situation?
Thank you for the question, Judge Mushidi. My knowledge and experience, that's in Pretoria. Issues about parking and office, these are matters that are handled by the office administrator. The chambers are advertised. You apply. Same with parking. You apply, and it's based on seniority. If there's one, they say there are 5 chambers, there's one big one, you and me apply. The practice is the senior judge will get it. So those are not matters for JP. Those are dealt with by the office manager. It's an open process. You can't go to JP and say, I want that office or I want that parking bay. So those were definitely not issues that I would have wanted to discuss with JP because I know the process.
I don't want to belabor the point, but that is a process towards that. But the idea really is that you'll be based in Pretoria permanently. Go through the process of applying for chambers, applying for a motor vehicle, getting it. Like those are processes leading up to that. But eventually, that is a situation. You'll be based in Pretoria. You'll work from Pretoria, not Johannesburg or elsewhere. Do you want to say something, or shall I hand back to the cross-examiner now?
I can't take my answer further than that, but I was only saying what I wanted to discuss with JP is indicated in paragraph 2 of this email. It clearly says so. I would like to have further discussions with you with regard to the starting date of my appointment. But when before I sent the email, I mistakenly put matter in one. So all I'm saying is that there's only one thing I wanted to discuss with JP, and he understood it. That's why in his response here, he says, I suggest that you indicate what your view is regarding the starting date via email, as I'm hectic this week. So between me and him, there was no confusion about what we needed to talk about.
But now, there was a further reason why you wanted your date of appointment fixed later, wasn't there?
There was a
Further reason. It wasn't only the water tribunal, it wasn't only some outstanding cases. There was another reason. Wasn't there?
You can tell me.
Well, I'm asking you. There must have been another reason.
We're talking about things that we discussed before the interviews. Those are the reasons. So if you know of some other reason, you can remind me. Maybe I'm forgetting something. I apologize.
Well, I'm surprised that you've forgotten it. You had been appointed the chairperson of PRASA. That had happened the night before. You were informed that you had been appointed as the chairperson of the interim board of control of PRASA. Isn't that so?
The questions I've been answering were our discussions before I went to the interview, why I wanted to start late, and I listed all those things. So the PRASA issue happened after 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 I met JP, after I had after a day before he wrote this this email. So I was not going to introduce a new reason. It was not linked to the date of 1 April. The date of 1 April was already there. But in our discussions and as further reasons to him, because I wanted to know why he didn't tell me that he had changed his mind, because I have, based on the understanding that I will start on 1 April, I have accepted this PRASA appointment, as you say, 19, a day before I wrote to him.
Why did you not add that in this email to the judge president, saying, I have this further commitment to act as the chairperson of PRASA. Why did you not put this in your email?
When I I did not put it. I didn't think about it. And I did not put it. And as I say, in my mind, when I wrote this email to him, it's dated 20 October. When we meet, we were going to talk about everything else. The main point being, there was already an agreement for 1 April, and I wanted to understand why now the president had to sign our appointments to start on the 1st of January. I did not mention it, and you would have maybe, but at the time I didn't think about it. I wanted to talk with him, and if you read some of my emails with him and SMSs, sometimes I would just say, JP, let's meet to discuss that matter. I will put that in capital letters, because between the two of us, we know what that matter is.
But now, did you not think it proper to mention to the judge president that you had undertaken this further task?
I did when we met, but I think I've already answered your question. I did not put it in on email. I did when we met, when we subsequently met.
When did you meet him and tell him for the first time that you were involved with PRASA?
In December.
So that's 2 months after this email. That's the first time you mentioned it to the judge president.
When we met, we held several meetings after our emails, and then in our first meeting, I think our first meeting was somewhere in December. That's when we. I'm looking for that email that I sent to him. That after much consideration, that was before we met. So our meeting must have been after that email. If you can allow me to search for it, because these are not in sequence.
Page 639. Please look at page 639.
Page 639.
the one that's on. Sorry, boss, can I have it? I've got it in another. You're referring to your email of the 4th of
Yes,
December
the email of
2017.
4 December, yes, we met after that email, because at the end I say, he replied to me on 23 October. I don't believe there was nothing in between until 4 December, but then that's when his response was, "You delay. The president has already signed." So we met after this email, because I say, after much reflection and considering every aspect of the challenges, I think that it will be in the best interest of the batch if I start in April 2018. I trust that this will be acceptable to you. I'm still hopeful for a meeting with you to explain the challenges. So we did meet, and that's when I mentioned that because I thought I was going to start on the 1st of April, I accepted that PRASA appointment.
But why did you frame that sentence in that way? After much reflection and considering every aspect of the challenges, I think that it will be in the best interest of the bench if I start in April 2018. According to you, there'd been an agreement going back as far back as July with the judge president. Why did you frame that sentence in that way? It sounds like you were making a suggestion rather than simply confirming what had been agreed to.
If you read the first line, I say, "I apologize for taking time to respond to your email below." Second line, "I had to do much reflection on the matter, taking into account all the positions that I'm currently occupying." So I don't know how you would have wanted me to frame this letter. This is what I was thinking. All the positions that I'm currently holding. And now I was faced with this directive that says he has written to the president to appoint all of us on 1 January. It was a challenge for me because I had not given the minister notice of resignation. And if you recall, some of the documents I ended up in my evidence, JM5, that's the Water Tribunal bundle. There was already a schedule of matters that I had planned for that time, and I had already invited inputs to set other matters down. So it was a problem for me that in the first place, the reason we agreed on 1 April was for me to have a clean break with everything else. And here now I'm faced with this prospect that all of us, we are wanted to start on 1st January. So yes, it was a challenge for me.
But you must have appreciated that you were going to be occupying a job as a judge and at the same time be occupying a job where you were answerable to the executive. Isn't that right?
Executives, not just one. With the Water Tribunal, I'm answerable to the Minister of Water and Sanitation. So it's not just the Minister of Transport.
Yes. And you didn't want to
Yes,
disappoint
so
the minister.
for me, I don't know why you want to concentrate on one executive. Even with the Water Tribunal, I was reporting to an executive. It's not a matter of me not wanting to disappoint any minister. I explained, and I think I have explained in some of my affidavits in these forums that the reason why I wanted to give the minister proper notice, which to allow him to get a replacement. If in 3 months, if he didn't, then I would leave. That the last time the Water Tribunal became dysfunctional because the chairperson left abruptly and coincidentally to become a judge. So I wanted to, and the tribunal became dysfunctional. If you are familiar with this, one of the famous, let me not mention it, but then there was a time when the tribunal was functioning without a chairperson, and the courts were very critical of that kind of a situation. So I didn't want that state of affairs to prevail again because of me. I had been appointed about 1.5 years, so I was halfway through my term, but I was not planning to finish the whole term. I just wanted 3 months to resign and then commence my my judicial appointment.
But the judge president made it quite clear to you, did he not, according to his evidence, that there was no conflict between your duties as a judge of the High Court and your duties as the chairperson of the Water Tribunal. Isn't that so?
For me, it wasn't a matter of conflict. It's a matter of, am I capable to do these two jobs? I wanted to leave. I wanted to resign. I didn't want to because even then it would have entailed going to the minister to request that I continue at the Water Tribunal, and because there are issues about the remuneration, and you have seen the volume of work, the kind of work that I was dealing with. That's just to highlight what I was dealing with. I was not ready to occupy many positions. I'm a new judge. I want to concentrate on being a judge. I didn't want to hold that position of being chairperson of the tribunal. And yes, he
No,
mentioned it here
if
that
I may just interrupt, yeah. I think the question simply dealt with the judge president's attitude to you being part of the Water Tribunal, not what you particularly felt about it. As far as he was concerned, he knew you were on the Water Tribunal, and he was of the view that you could continue being on the Water Tribunal. Isn't that correct?
that's his evidence.
You
My evidence
you
is,
disagree with his evidence on that issue. He never said that it's okay that you could continue with the Water Tribunal. that it was not a concern of his.
May I beg your pardon to, what am I disagreeing with? I'm disagreeing with the okay part, that when we parted, yes, the two of us, when we discussed initially, when I mentioned the Water Tribunal, he did mention that he will ask the minister, because in his opinion, he doesn't think there would be a conflict. That was a discussion. It never materialized. But at the end, we agreed that I am going to resign and I want to give a 3 months notice.
Continue. Well, why did you not, in this email of the 4th of December, elucidate as to what positions that you were holding so that you could persuade the judge president that it is necessary for you only to assume duty on the 1st of April rather than the 1st of January, as had been set forth in the directive?
I didn't put it in writing, but if you read that email, I said I want a meeting with him to explain the challenges. So you would have included it, but at the time I did not think of doing it and I did not do it that way.
So when did you meet him then?
I
In
said,
relation, sorry, Judge, in relation to the 4th of December, this email, when did you meet him?
we had a meeting, I think, if you follow sequence, after this, my email of 4 December, there was that draft duty roster of 6 December, and there was an email from me of 7 December requesting a meeting with him that he mustn't finalize until we meet. And I did say that we met probably a day before or on the day of recess.
Now, what else happened on the 4th of December 2017 in relation to the complaints that are before this commission, this tribunal?
I don't know. I mean, probably something happened in this, it's in these papers before us. I don't know. Maybe you can remind me.
Yes, but I just want to ask, well, what caused you suddenly to write this email to the judge president? You'd let it drift for weeks and weeks, and then suddenly on the 4th of December, you write to the judge president saying, to have a meeting with him to discuss your challenges, as you put it.
I don't know what happened. You say something happened. I don't know what you mean.
I'm asking you, Judge, if you can recall, as you sit there today, can you remember why you suddenly sent this email to Mr. Justice Mlambo saying you wanted to discuss your challenges?
It was not sudden. It's something that I needed to discuss with him. He had called on me to put it in writing, and I simply took time and I responded when I can.
But, Judge,
I don't know if you want to infer something which would be fair for you to put it to me so I can deal with it now.
yes. Well, I don't think you should try to anticipate where I'm going to. Judge Makhubele, by that stage now, this is the 4th of December, we know that on the 2nd of November, the president had announced that you were a judge with effect from the 1st of November. he said on the 2nd of November, you were a judge with effect from the 1st of January 2018. You'd been appointed. Isn't that so?
Is it a statement or a question?
Well, I've asked it, is that not so? Question mark.
If that's what the records show, I can't dispute it. That the president signed on the 2nd of the date that you are mentioning, I don't know.
And he fixed the date of your appointment with effect from the 1st of January 2018. In other words, the die was cast.
There's nothing new about what you are saying. That's exactly what JP is saying, that you delayed responding to me.
Yes.
The president has already signed. So yes, at the time when we started our conversations, the president had not yet signed, but at some point he signed. And the JP was putting the blame. I want to get that email because it still leaves the door open for me. If you can allow me to get that email.
What email are you looking for, Judge Makhubele?
I'm looking for the email, the response of JP to my email of 4 December.
Well, it's in volume 15 on page 10. Volume 15 on page 10. That was a volume prepared by your legal representatives.
Former. Volume 15. The caption to my volume 15 says, appointment and other documents bundle. You say page?
It says, hello, Nana. Is
Page.
that, huh? Page 10. Sorry.
Thank you.
Do you have it in front of you, Judge?
Yes, he's responding to my email of 4 December. He says, hello, Nana, thanks for your email. The delay has been your undoing, unfortunately. The president has already done the appointment with effect from 1 January. I'm waiting for the appointment letters and certificates. We can meet week after next. So that's why I'm saying there's a, yes, it is common cause that the president did sign and the JP was awaiting my response on issues about my starting date. I took long to respond to him, and here he's simply telling me that I delayed, but we can meet with week after next. And we did meet, and that's why I'm saying he left the door open for me and further discussion.
He left the door open for you to do what, Judge Makhubele?
To discuss with him.
To do
For
what?
discussions.
For a discussion to do what? To discuss what?
Maybe you should have asked him this question, why he wanted to meet me. Because he's the one saying this, Mr. Paver. I'm simply reading what JP says. We can meet week after next.
But you're the one that requested the meeting, not the judge. You wanted to see him and discuss your challenges. It wasn't him asking you for a meeting.
There's only one issue that we were discussing at this time. And I'm saying in this email, because I had requested in my last email to him that I'm still hopeful for a meeting with you to explain the challenges. And here he is saying we can meet week after next.
Yes. So you were the initiator of the idea of the meeting, not the judge president. And I'm asking you, what did you think was going to happen about your date of appointment? Because the judge president had made it absolutely clear that you had already been appointed by the president with effect from 1 January 2018.
What I thought would happen actually happened when we met. So it's not a question of what did you think will happen. What I thought would happen did happen when we met. I asked him, as I said, firstly, why? Because we had an agreement that I will only start in April 2018. Why did he not tell the president? Because I know that power lies in him. He's the one who gives the president dates that I want my new judges to start on this date. Why did you? And if you change your mind, why did you not tell me what happened, JP? And he explained to me what happened. And then number two, we had to, that's me and him, then decide what to do. After I had explained to him that my challenges and that I still have those challenges, and in addition, that's the time when I had already taken that 3 months appointment at Brasa, and he then told me he was going to write to the minister to request the president to revoke the date of 1 January and redetermine my starting date to 1 April. And I did not see my appointment letter or certificate. I testified that he showed me the envelope. This is what he's saying here, that he has received appointment letters and certificates, but that is not going to give mine because he is writing to the minister to take it back to the president to revoke it and issue a new certificate. So what I thought would happen did happen, to answer your question. And because at that time there was that draft roster, which I had said he must not finalize it until we speak. He said he's going to get in some acting judge to take my role, and the rest was between him and the minister. But that's what happened.
Now, Judge Makhubele,
Sorry to interrupt, Judge Moshidi. Judge Makhubele, we now know that the 1st of April 2018 that you're talking about never occurred.
Pardon, Judge Mushiti?
The question we're talking about, the agreement of starting in April, we now know that it never occurred. You never started on the 1st of April 2018, did you?
No, I did not.
Yes. So that's out of the equation now.
I did not, and that's not because of me or Judge President Mlambo. That's because the president took his time and did what he had to do. So, but I'm talking about me and Judge President Mlambo. That's what we wanted, and that's why when he wrote that letter to the minister, he said 1 April. When he responded to the complainants, he said by 1 April, she would have resigned from all positions. So it's further than that, it was out of my hand.
But now, it appears from this email of the 6th of December 2017 that Mr. Justice Mlambo was saying, well, I'm sorry, your appointment starts on the 1st of January 2018. That's the way I read it. Now, you say that on the 15th of December, you had a meeting with the Judge President. Where did that take place?
Let me first respond to what you say. It appears, he says, sorry, there's nothing I can do. That's not how I read. He's simply stating facts. Number one, that I delayed. The president has already done the appointment, is waiting for appointment letters, and he is agreeing to meet me. So I don't know if you if that's how you want to look at the matter. I think I'm also allowed to invoke my imagination. I can also say, if to him it was a done deal and nothing that he can do, he would have written here, there's nothing to discuss. I don't have time to meet you, see you on 1 January. He could have written that.
But you're familiar with Section 174 of the Constitution, are you not, Judge Makhubele?
It's refreshing if you remind me. If you can remind me.
No, but I mean, you're a judge of the High Court. I mean, are you saying that you're not familiar with Section 174 of the Constitution?
You may want to remind me, Mr. Paver. I'm not here on a test or exam for you to test my knowledge. If you want to highlight something from that section, highlight it, and I will tell you my understanding of it.
Judge, I don't want to accuse you of being evasive, but I'm afraid you are steadily showing signs of evasion.
But you are ridiculing me, Mr. Paver.
I'm not ridiculing.
How do
I'm
you
pointing.
tell me that you
Just a
are
minute.
surprised I don't know that section? I'm a judge of the High Court. Is that not a ridicule?
Well, we'll carry on. You want to know what Section 174 of the Constitution says, Mr. Paver?
It relates to your appointment as a judge of the High Court, the circumstances under which you were appointed. Now, effectively, what the president did was to make a decision that you were a judge with the effect from the 1st of January 2018.
This
Did you
let
understand that to be the position, Judge Makhubele?
the president can fix a date, but until that date, I am not a judge. Until that date. So you cannot tell me that when Judge President Mlambo wrote this letter, this email on 6 December, I was a judge. 1 January was still very far. I could have declined. No, I don't want to be a judge. So I was not a judge here.
Well, that's not really not what I was suggesting, that you were a judge as of the 6th of December. I wasn't suggesting that at all. I was suggesting that it was made plain to you that you would be a judge with effect from the 1st of January 2017 by virtue of the operation of the provisions of Section 174 of the Constitution.
I did not see that appointment certificate. I've said this ad nauseam. So I didn't see that certificate. It went back to the president before it was presented to me. So I could not have felt bound by something that I've not seen, something that was not presented to me. I did not take up the appointment on 1 January.
So the meeting of the 15th of December, Mr. Justice Mlambo made it plain that your appointment was not valid. Is that correct?
If you remember my testimony, the validity of the certificate came later when I was trying to present myself to work as a judge. But on this first time when we met, what he did was to ask the president to revoke that certificate and put a date of 1 April. And he did not give me the certificate because it didn't have the date that.
Your evidence, Judge Makhubele, just to remind us all, was that you were shown an envelope by the judge president. He said, I'm not giving this to you because the certificate is invalid. That's your evidence. Do you remember that?
I am saying the issues of the validity of the certificate, when I wanted to work, he said the certificate is not valid. On the day that we met, the purpose was to ask the president to revoke that date, and I requested that certificate, and he said to me, he is not giving it to me because he is taking it back. What do I want to do with it? So yes, I may have mentioned invalidity because at a point I wanted to work and I was told the certificate is not valid.
Now, I'm going to repeat a question I put to you the last time we were together. Did you tell Mr. Maleka, your counsel, that this had happened on the 15th of December? Because you've given a date. You said it was the 15th of December 2017. You had this meeting with the judge president at which this event took place. Did you tell Mr. Maleka that?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
Now, you heard Mr. Maleka cross-examining the judge president, and you followed his evidence quite carefully, I take it.
I did. I also read the transcript, yes.
Yes. And it was never suggested to Judge Makhubele, I beg your pardon, Judge Mlambo, that this event had taken place.
I wish Malika was here to talk for himself. I'm a lawyer, you are a lawyer, and you know the implications for him. And but all I can say is my legal team, other than us consulting, there are all these volumes of evidence, and how they strategize and choose to ask a particular witness or not ask them questions. I wish he was here to answer for himself, but what I can tell you is, if you look at, I want to show you that it's not something I'm fabricating because JP is not here. It appears in one of my affidavits that he did not give me the certificate. So I only saw it, I think I also emphasized in this affidavit, I only saw it when the president attached it in his starting affidavit in the High Court application. I will, during break, look for those assertions. So if you tell your lawyers things and there are documents, many affidavits, I've deposed to many affidavits, I've given evidence at the State Capture Commission, and I've made representations to the JSC, and there is a particular allegation or assertion that I'm making that is relevant, I believe you too, Mr. Paver, has a duty to highlight it because even if we were in a criminal trial, I was a prosecutor, and I think it's a rule that or principle that will never change. The fact that you are prosecuting me does not mean that you must not highlight information that is in these bundles that's favorable to me. More so, this
Sorry,
is
let me interrupt there. I think let's remind each other. My sister Makhubele on the bench. The question really is that if, or suggestion put to you by counsel now is really that if that that part of the evidence under discussion now was not put to Advocate Malika SC at the time, it simply means that you never told him about it. Isn't that a common approach implication in cross-examination or argument? Instead of you saying, I wish he was here today and he's not here today. This is what counsel is actually intending to convey to you, that which you testify about now, if it was not put by your counsel to Judge President Mlambo, it means you never told him. Is that not so?
and my simple answer, without a commentary, Judge Mushid, would be, I prefaced it by saying, I wish Malika was here. No, I first said I told him, and I wish he was here to answer for himself. And I needed to explain that what I'm saying about what happened when we met with the JP is not something that I'm fabricating. It is in my affidavit. So how my legal representatives will choose which questions, what strategies to use, that's what I'm saying. I wish he was here to talk for himself, and because we all know the implications. If I have counsel and me as a client, he's cross-examining, and I'm writing notes and I'm asking him to put these questions. It's his prerogative as my advisor, which questions to put.
Mr. Peva, if you agree through the chairperson, may I suggest that this issue be left for argument?
Thank you, Judge Mashidi. Yes. Well, I just want to, if I may, just remind you what your counsel, Mr. Maleka, put to Judge Mlambo about this date. Yeah, and I'll read it to you. Yes, Judge Makhubele has also asked me to place this on record that when she met you in December, you did talk to her about the question of the court roll that you had prepared or will be preparing. Do you recall the discussion between you and her in December on the question of the court roll? To which Mr. Justice Mlamba replied, no, I do not remember us talking about the court roll then. When she testifies, she will deal with her recollection of the meeting of the 20th of December 2017, where, according to her, you talked about the court roll, and she would indicate that on that discussion, you assured her that you will rearrange the court roll. And to which Mr. Justice Mlambo responded, no, there was no discussion of rearranging the court roll. That was what your counsel put on your instructions to Mr. Justice Mlambo about this meeting of the 15th of December, as you put it. What is your comment on that?
But I testify, I answered the question, I included the court roll that he said he's going to arrange someone to take over my role. I don't know if you're repeating that. I think your problem is the issue of the certificate. But the court roll, I have said yes. That's what we spoke about it. The only thing that you maybe concerns you is the issue of the appointment certificate, whether I have it or not, or was given to me. That's what was not put to JP Mlambo, according to my recollection of the evidence. But the court roll, that's exactly what I said in my testimony, and even now answering your question.
Judge Ndlambe, to come back to the date of the 4th of December and why it was of some significance, the 4th of December 2017.
To him.
Sorry, Makhubele.
Makhubele.
I do apologize. That meeting, something else happened on that day, which may have something to do with your decision to suddenly get hold of Mr. Justice Mlambo, and that was your meeting with Mr. Mokhashwa on the 4th of December 2017. Does that not ring a bell?
I don't understand why you would want to make a connection between my writing an email to Mlambo on 4 December and my meeting with Mokhashwa on 4 December. Remember, I was doing a lot of things. On 4 December, I could have had a matter at the Water Tribunal or writing emails on Water Tribunal matters. I could have written an email about PRASA things or had a meeting. So I don't understand why you want to make this connection.
We'll get through the evidence a lot quicker if you simply just answered the question. Don't try and understand why counsel is putting a question. Just deal with the question.
The answer to your question is that's not the reason. I never thought about it even in my wildest, as I am preparing this matter, that I could have written this letter because of this. No, I'm hearing it now for the first time. I never considered it. I never thought about it that way.
Well, that's the day that you called Mr. Makhashwa was called in. He was told that he'd been privy to an internal communication which he shouldn't have been in relating to the Siyaya matter. Do you recall that now?
But President and members of the tribunal, can I at some point have your protection? I think it's not fair to suggest to me that I wrote this email on 4 December because I had also written to Mukhashwa. That's why I'm saying I don't understand why the connection, Yes, if he wants to put questions about why I said something to Mukhashwa, that's a separate thing. But to say I wrote to JP because I wrote to Mukhashwa, I don't think it's a fair question to me.
Well, if you simply listen to the question, counsel is suggesting that you had a meeting with Mr. Mukhashla on the 4th of December. Let's deal with it and break it down. Isn't that so? You did have a meeting.
I will have to check the records.
Well, it was the evidence of Mr. Mukhashla that he did have a meeting with you. Do you deny that you had a meeting with him?
President, I can't deny, I will have to, I can't remember the dates. It's common cause that we met with Mukhashwa on several occasions.
Well,
But
no.
what Mr. Paver is talking about is an email, not a meeting. He says, I wrote an email to Mukhashwa on 4 December.
No, I don't think he's putting it to you. He says
Maybe
that you.
if you can repeat his question so I
Well,
can,
if you.
if you can repeat his question or what he wants me to agree to.
Then I can only suggest that you listen to him, and when the question is completed, try and just deal with the question. Yes, Mr. Paver, put your question.
Is it not so that you met Makhashwa or had him called to come and see you at Praza on the 4th of December, where the Siyaya case was discussed with Mr. Makhashwa?
I can't remember the date. I've met him several times. So my answer is I don't remember the date that I've met Mukhashwa without me having to go to my records. So I'm not denying meeting Mukhashwa. It's common cause. I met him several times.
Yes, well, the evidence is unchallenged of Makhashwa that he was summoned to come and see you, and it related to the fact that he had been made privy to an internal document that you had written to Zide to explain. That's your letter of the 28th of November 2017. And you called him in and you told him he wasn't supposed to have seen it. Do you remember that occasion?
I don't remember summoning him to ask him about the memo that was not supposed to be seen by him. What I remember about that, there was a discussion between me and Zide that I was not happy that instead of answering me, the legal team sends the memo to Mukhashwa. So I have never summoned him to ask him that. I think there's an email from Zide that addressed to the legal team to say chairperson says she takes exception or she was not happy that you an internal memorandum was then given to your external attorney. There's an email, I will find it. But me summoning Mukhasho to ask him about that, I haven't done that.
Well, that evidence again was unchallenged. And you heard that evidence being given before this tribunal, and no challenge was leveled against that evidence when it was given.
If you can remind me who gave that evidence?
Mr. Dimpe Mokhashwa gave that evidence quite clearly. He gave evidence to the effect that you rejected his report. He went further. He went to say, you rejected his report. You said, I am not even going to consider this report because it was in response to an internal email that you had sent to Zide. And how did you get it? And you demanded that he hand over the document which he'd received. He told the tribunal that he couldn't because he'd received it digitally, but undertook to destroy it.
When we met, I don't know if it will still make any sense, because you say the evidence was not challenged under cross-examination. But what I remember with Mukhashwa is, and that internal memo, there was an email from Zide addressed to the legal team to say, I was not happy about that memo finding its way to Mukhashwa attorneys. It was internal. When we subsequently met with him, we obviously had discussed about it, that the memo was not meant for him, and then it was still an internal document. But that I summoned him to question him about that. That's his evidence, and if you say it was not challenged under cross-examination, I will say I do not know why it was not challenged, because the email is there in the documents.
Well, you heard this evidence. It clearly didn't correspond to your recollection of what had happened on that particular day. So did you not see fit to draw Mr. Maleka's attention to this obvious deviation in the evidence, this misleading evidence which was being led?
Again, I will say I wish he was here, but what was put to the witnesses, that was the discretion of my attorneys. I cannot remember which particular question was not put to the witness. Anything material that was not put to the witnesses.
Are you moving on to something else?
I will be.
Then we will now take the lunch adjournment and we will reconvene at, let's try for 1:45. Yes, thank you. Yes. Judge Makhubele, you still under oath. Mr. Paver, you were cross-examining.
Judge Makhubele, before this tribunal commenced its hearings, did you receive volume 10, which it contained the affidavits of Judge Dunstan and Lumbo and Judge Aubrey Lidwawa? Did you receive those? It's volume 10.
I saw that bundle for the first time here at the tribunal. I remember it has the transcript of the JSC that I have been asking for many since.
Judge Makhubele, did you receive copies or have sight of the two affidavits, one of Judge Dunstan and Lumbo, the other one of Judge Aubrey Lidwawa? Did you see those before this tribunal commenced?
I saw them when we started, the week when we started.
So had you not consulted with your counsel before that then?
Before which date, sir?
Before we started in this tribunal, Judge?
I say I had been asking
That was February of 2023.
when we started. That week, there were bundles of documents that were delivered to me. That's when I saw that affidavit of Judge Mlambo and DJ Pili Dwaba for the first time.
Yes.
Yes.
And when you read it, how did you respond to it?
Well, I was shocked by the allegations regarding our communication. I was shocked, and I'm still shocked.
Yes, well, you rejected them, didn't you? In your mind, this never happened, as they described in their affidavits. Isn't that so?
Some of the things that I've specifically rejected, I can't say I rejected everything. Things that I don't agree with, I've already testified and rejected them. And it's in the main, it's the allegation about them extracting the issue of PRASA from me. And the second thing is about them sitting with me and rather, no, that one is that they sat with me and extracted PRASA issue. I've also rejected the issue of them having called me beginning of January 2018.
So I just want to read this paragraph from Judge Lidwaba's affidavit, paragraph 7. We queried her acceptance of her appointment as chairperson of the interim board of PRASA. The judge president informed her that he was concerned about her acceptance of the appointment as the chairperson of PRASA, knowing that she had been appointed as a judge. I tried to persuade her to resign immediately, and she said she will not resign as the chairperson of PRASA because she does not want to disappoint the minister. Now, did that happen or did that not happen?
I met Judge Lidwaba once, as I've explained, and that's the meeting when he was planning the recess duty roster. That was already mid-term, first term. And that's the day when I had been called to a meeting, and when I read the emails, that meeting invite that was sent, and we subsequently had a meeting. The only issue, this was already, when I met him, it was already March. So I deny that there was any other meeting between me and him where he tried to do anything about me resigning or anything of the sort.
And that statement that I've read to you, Judge Makhubele, was made in the form of an affidavit made under oath by Mr. Justice Ledwaba, and it supported substantially the version which Mr. Justice Mlambo gave under oath in this proceeding. Now, can you think of any reason why these two gentlemen should perjure themselves by saying that there was a meeting in January of 2018 at which you were requested to stop what you were doing at Praza, and
What-
you refused to do so?
What, I didn't hear the date of the meeting, sir.
Meeting was in the middle of January 2018.
The question is, why would I also, should also be extended to me, because I've also taken oath to tell the truth here. Judge Lidwaba did not testify here. So I cannot answer about what he has written in his affidavit. In my evidence, I have submitted documents, which is emails and SMS communication between me and JP Mlambo that clearly shows when we met. I only met Judge Lidwaba once.
Judge Makhubele, I think again, and I'm sorry to say this to you, you are evasive. My question wasn't whether you were telling the truth or anybody else. What I'm saying is, can you offer any plausible explanation why two senior judges of the Gauteng division should perjure themselves to say that you, Judge Makhubele, had a meeting with them in January, the second week of January 2018, at which your job at Praza was raised and where they tried to persuade you to stop doing what you were doing?
I do not know why they would make those statements. As to whether they are not telling the truth or I am not telling the truth, that's something that the tribunal will have to make a finding on. I don't know why they would make those statements. And you know, the difficulty that I have, it's the vagueness of the dates of this meeting. Because if you say, I called them first or second week of January, what am I supposed to respond to? But I am submitting evidence that shows that I requested a meeting on this date, there was a meeting request on this date. So I'm not here to say anyone is lying. I'm here to present my facts. But if your facts that you are presenting are vague, how am I supposed to respond to that? Remember, even the evidence of JP Mlambo, some instances he will say you'll have to check his diary.
Judge Makhubele, while you were the chairperson of the board of Praza, an opinion was elicited from ENS, which is part of the record which is before us. Did you solicit that opinion in your capacity as chairperson of the board?
I said, and I still say, the board requested that opinion. And I've also explained the circumstances under which that opinion was requested. And I've also explained that that opinion was rejected
Well, why
by
did you
the
want?
board, not me.
Why did you need an opinion from ENS?
At the time, ENS was appointed to, or their reason for being in the board's site was because they were helping us with some implementation of the derailed report. At the time, there was an issue. We were getting a lot of requests to attend parliamentary portfolio committee meetings. And I no longer felt comfortable. And the issue that had to be, because they were forcing us to come to parliament. At some point, they authorized a subpoena which was withdrawn, and I was no longer prepared to go to parliament because at the time, my being at PRASA was being questioned, and I said, I'm no longer comfortable, and I'm at a point where I want to leave. And the other board members obviously would be concerned that if I leave, then what will happen to the board? Is that, does it mean everyone must leave, or what will be the status of the board? So the day that we were supposed to appear in parliament, we wrote to parliament to say the chairperson will not appear. We are still trying to obtain an opinion about her desirability to appear, and someone will represent her in parliament. So it was not my thing to request an opinion.
But no, why did you want to leave at that stage? Your work hadn't been completed, had it?
I've already explained, unless if you want the long version, I've already explained that my presence at PRASA was being questioned. So, out of my own accord, I wanted to avoid controversy because I was starting to be a newsmaker. I was no longer comfortable with that state.
But now, who was making you uncomfortable? What? Oh, sorry, Judge. Who was making you uncomfortable?
I said I was in newspapers
Yeah.
that I'm at PRASA. PRASA has done this wrong, and then this is the chairperson. And remember, at the time, that's when the complainant had already instituted application proceedings at the Western Cape, challenging the appointment of the interim board. So I was no longer comfortable.
Yes, but now, what was being questioned in the newspapers and by the complainant? What was being questioned about your role with the board? That that caused you to want to leave?
There was an application at the Western Cape High Court, beginning of January, if I remember well, where they were challenging the appointment, the powers of the minister to appoint an interim board, being me and my colleagues, and many other allegations, and also the fact that one of the members of this interim board has been recommended as a judge. I can't remember what they were looking for in the notice of motion, whether they were saying recommended or it's still the same story here that they were saying I was holding two positions. I stand to be corrected. So that was one issue. Then there were news reports by a newspaper called, is it Ground Up? Yes. After the memorandum that was drafted by Ms. Ngoye to the board about the resolution of 1 December 2017, amongst others, suspending the legal panel was leaked, and that newspaper carried that story. And I can't remember many other things, but there was starting to be interest about me at Prasa.
But at that stage, Judge Makhubele, you didn't regard yourself as a judge, isn't that right?
Of course not.
Because the judge president had said that the certificate, which would otherwise have caused you to be a judge, was invalid. Is that right?
By that time, the JP had written to the minister. I'm talking about the time when, no, actually, the Western Cape High Court application, I think, happened before JP wrote to the minister. So I don't know what time period you are talking about. The certificate had already been returned because I could not use it.
Sorry, I didn't. Did you finish your sentence?
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, okay.
Yes.
Now, you asked ENS, or the board did, but you were the chairperson of the board, to ask ENS for an opinion. And they furnished an opinion which is part of the record, which included the question of your appointment as a judge and whether you were a judge or not. Do you remember that?
I don't know if you have seen the communication from the board rejecting the opinion and the reasons, because most board members expressed an opinion. It's in the form of emails. I think they should be in the record. For my part, I never, the questions that they ended up dealing with is not what was requested of them.
When you say they, who's they?
They, I mean ENS, or should I say it?
Who is they that they ended up writing about? Who
ENS.
is they? ENS, yes. So ENS, off their own bat, for reasons which are not clear, they went off and wrote an opinion about matters which they'd never been asked to write about. Is that correct?
That's what the board said.
That's what the board said?
Yes.
Is that what you felt as chairperson of the board, Judge Makhubele?
Of course, yes.
Yes. And you resigned on the 16th of March from the board, is that right?
Yes.
All right. And was it resolved by the board to write a letter to ENS, was it?
To reject the opinion.
To reject the opinion?
Yes.
And what was the basis of that rejection of the opinion?
I say it's in the emails that are part of the bundles before this tribunal.
Yes, but you must remember, I mean, you provided us with these things just
Well,
a couple of days ago.
one reason was they went off tangent. Some reasons they ranged from they talked about over broad issues that they were not supposed to. And I remember one board member said this opinion is, but there was no one who was happy with it. And then the resolution was, we must obtain a second opinion. I wish I can direct you to those emails because I think they are very important. When we rejected the opinion and the letter that was transmitted to ENS, if I recall it correctly, the secretary said some of the reasons for the rejection are the following, some of them, but then I made a bundle of everything because JP requested the opinion and I told him it has been rejected. I made a bundle for him with all the information.
So to help you here, it's JM2, page 9, where it starts. Sorry, JM3, because you wrote to the Judge President Mlambo on the 23rd of March. He'd asked about this ENS opinion. And you said, Dear Judge President,
He asked for it.
Sorry?
He asked for it.
Yeah. I'm not sure if I must ask permission from ENS, but will do so. In the meantime, and as I've explained, the attorneys went against instructions and opined on something completely out. We discussed the matter with them telephonically, and I only discovered on Monday that no formal communication was sent. Here is a letter addressed to ENS yesterday, formally rejecting the opinion. That happened. A letter was drafted on your instructions, is that correct?
The board, the opinion was circulated, and each board member expressed their opinion in writing. And the secretariat was asked to communicate to ENS what the board is saying. And it appears there was a delay in that communication. And I think that's why the letter will be phrased in that manner that because there was a delay in a formal communication, but they had already been informed. That's why the letter start with this a formal letter.
Because the ENS were of the view that you were in fact a judge. You will confirm that.
Well, that's their opinion.
Yes, thank you.
That's their opinion. I have mine. Everybody has theirs. The law will save us.
Then, on page 10 of the bundle that you gave us, I have been instructed by the chairperson of the board on Monday, 19 March 2018, to formally advise you that the board has unanimously rejected to accept the opinion given. Did that happen? It's a letter from, maybe I'll just help you. You've got page 10. You must have it in front of you. Page
Volume?
10. It's a letter addressed on the 22nd of March 2018 by Lindikaya Zide, the group company secretary. It's addressed to Mr. Mbata about the
volume.
JM3. Maybe your attorney can.
Oh, my documents. I don't know where they are far. But I don't know. I didn't bring it today, but
Well, let me just
I
read.
can.
Do you agree with
I
what
can
I've just said?
find
to you?
it somewhere else.
We'll just read out again what's contained in the correspondence. Let's have the date and who is writing and on whose behalf it's being written.
This is a document prepared or written. It's a communication by Lindikaya Zide, the group company secretary. It's dated the 22nd of March 2018. It's on a Praza letterhead and it's addressed to dear Mr. Mbata, and it's headed Praza Interim Board Legal Opinion -ENS Africa. And the first paragraph reads, I have been instructed by the chairperson of the board on Monday, 19 March 2018, to formally advise you that the board has unanimously rejected to accept the opinion given. Does that ring a bell?
I've seen the email, and it's a document that was submitted by me. Yes.
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 Then I want to read you the second paragraph. The reasons submitted by the board varied from the opinion having a lot of grey areas, but importantly, that it exceeded the mandate given, especially that it was meant to focus on the status of the chairperson, which in any event is a matter to be adjudicated and is before the Cape High Court. Did you instruct Mr. Zide to write that on the board's behalf?
I didn't instruct or direct him to put it that way, but he knew the issues, what the issues were, and the reasons for the rejection, and the status of the chairperson. We all know what that means because there was that application that was being challenged, which is why we'd put it that way, that whether I should form part of the interim board.
Whether you should form part of the interim board on account of the fact that you were a judge of the High Court. Isn't that right?
I said, I don't know how the notice of motion is framed, but then my recollection is that composition of the board, firstly, is the appointment of the interim board. Secondly, is the assertion that a person who has been appointed a judge should not be in a state agency like PRASA. So that issue obviously was already before court, and there's no way we could have asked ENS to advise us on that matter.
But now, whether you agreed with opinion or not, there was an opinion to the effect that you were a judge. You had the minister obtained an opinion from the law advisors. They said you were a judge by virtue of the fact that the president had appointed you with effect from the 1st of January. So Are we driven to the conclusion that everybody else is wrong except you, Judge Makhubele?
You know, I have already tribunal president and members, you'll pardon me. When I make my point, it's my point. I'm not saying the next person is wrong. I'm presenting facts. You're supposed to receive facts. So if there's an opinion that says something that I disagree with, that's the opinion. I don't agree with it. And we engage with ENS in a professional manner, and our rejection, if you care to read the emails from the board members, you will understand that the respect that we accorded them. So I'm not going to sit here and say someone is lying. If I ask you to give me an opinion about this glass and then you do it in a manner that me, your instructor, did not request, I have a right to say no, but this is not what I asked you to do. I'm not saying they are lying. And I've never said, because every day you're telling me that I'm the only one who's telling the truth in this tribunal. I've never said that. Should I keep quiet and not respond to allegations? If I respond, I think I'm the only one who's telling the truth.
Well, Judge Makhubele, this is the way these things normally work. There's correspondence that go one way, and then there's your version as to what your view is. What counsel is putting to you, that there is a contradiction between what you say happened and what is the view of others. And they simply want to know, in the light of what your view is and what they say, what is your response? Your response is, well, they say what they say, and you say what you say. And beyond that, there is nothing more that can be said. Am I correct?
Definitely, President. That's why I want to avoid calling people liars. You have your opinion, I have mine. There's an adjudicator. The adjudicator will decide who is telling the truth and who is not. And based on other factors, which may be the right state. So I can't sit here and be asked to call people liars. And at the end of the day, I'm the one saying people are lying.
Well, you've put your finger on it. You say there are other factors. And I think what counsel is after, when he puts such contradictions to you, is what do you think, in your view, is what's the determining factor that the board should look to determine who is saying what?
May I proceed? You left Praza on the 16th of March, 2018. That was a Friday, I believe. And here you're giving an instruction on the 19th of March. How does that work? You're no longer the chairperson of the board of Praza, yet you're giving instructions.
There were certain issues. I don't know if you know tying the loose ends. There are things that still required my attention. If you look at, there's I don't know whether it's a memo that I've written after or just before the last meeting that I chaired, because the last meeting that I chaired was 16 March. There were documents that I still had to sign, resolutions. I think there's only one signed resolution for reasons that you are not asking me now, and if I divert, I will be wrong. There had been a request that all committees submit the resolutions, because we had been trying to correct minutes of meetings. There were so many errors. You must have seen an email from one of the secretariat staff with regard to that leaked memorandum that went out with so many errors. That was my responsibility, to check a resolution that it's in accordance with the meeting and sign it off. They had to listen to the tape recording. So after 16 March, after that meeting, I was still to sign off resolutions for in-committee meetings and also board meetings. So the fact that 2 days later, I am talking to Zide about this ENS opinion, for me, it's nothing strange, because there was already a request to him to inform ENS about the board decision, and I was an interested party. I wanted proof that they had been informed. So whether I did it 2 days later or whenever, it's not like I was directing him to do something unlawful that the board has not directed.
Judge Makhubele, help me understand, or maybe the tribunal as well, why was it necessary to get a second opinion? You had now resigned. You were no longer this issue troubling Praza or troubling people outside Praza, because you were no longer at Praza. So why go and waste a lot more money getting a second opinion?
It's a good question. My resignation came as a surprise. I didn't plan to resign on the 16th. Initially, I was to resign end of March. So that those comments by board members get a second opinion, it was because I was still with them, and it didn't happen on the 16th of March. So they didn't know that I would resign. I resigned after the meeting.
But this letter is written on the 22nd. It's you've left. You are no longer part of Praza. So I take it ENS don't provide opinions for free. It must cause Praza to pay a lot of money for an opinion. What we would call fruitless and wasteful expenditure in PFMA terms.
If you can allow me, or if you have the documents, if you can just place them on record, because the issue now is, why would I be told to get a second opinion when I've resigned? That decision by the board to get a second opinion happened before I resigned. So I just want to put my finger on it, because it's relevant now. There are emails that I think in your bundles are attached from which are comments by various board members about the resolution. If you can have a look at those emails, you will see that it's before I resigned.
Now, your first meeting with Martha Ngoyi, who seems to feature largely in your evidence, was on the 9th of November 2017, and she was in the company of Fani Dingiswaya. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes,
You called the meeting, is that correct?
I was meeting everyone, and it was their turn.
Yeah. And you questioned them about the worksman's report, is that correct?
I think that's not correct. I didn't question anyone. When I had that meeting with them, we had just come from Parliament. Parliament had asked the board to provide a report on various investigations that PRASA had commissioned, amongst which is Werksmans, there's PP, Public Protector report derailed, there's the investigation by National Treasury. So I didn't call them to question them about Werksmans. I had to understand because we were in the process of packaging information to respond to the PCOT.
No, the question is really a simple one. When you met Martha Ngoyi, amongst the many things you may have discussed, one of the issues that you did discuss was Werksman's report. Is that correct or not?
President, I think you are putting it nicely and politely and without controversy. Mr. Paver says, I questioned them about Werksmans. So I'm saying I didn't question them. We discussed
Yes, well, was Werkman's report discussed?
amongst, yes.
Yes, amongst many
Amongst,
others.
not questioned.
Yes, okay, so it was discussed.
Yes, I'm sorry, Judge Makhubele, you might have misunderstood. I didn't suggest you were interrogating them. You questioned, there were questions raised, you raised questions about the worksman's report with them. Yeah, and I accept the rest of your evidence that it involved other reports. But I take it you had already read the executive summary of worksman's report. You were familiar with what it.
No. Again, let me put things on context. They are the legal team, and I want to understand what's happening in their unit. And then because I knew, I had been told that the investigation reports are with them. And we're having a conversation. What's the status of Werksmans? And we are discussing. They tell me, what's the status of derailed report? What's the status of this other one, the National Treasury? And I'm generally getting to know what their office is dealing with. No one is interrogating anyone. And it so happened that we were from Parliament. So we need to collect information which is in their possession so that we can respond to Parliament. And by that time, I had not yet read all those summaries you are talking about. So I was relying on their information.
Yes, but you read the executive statement
At some point,
later.
at some point,
At
but
some point.
but definitely not before I went to Parliament, because I went to Parliament, I think, first week of our appointment. First week of our appointment, and then the next week or so, that's when, because we're preparing to go back, that's when I was talking to Ms. Ngoye and Mr. Dingiswayo what they know about the matters.
So you subsequently had an opportunity to read the executive summary of the worksman's report. Is that correct? You've eventually got an opportunity.
Not all of it. Remember, there were, if I'm not mistaken, there was about 60 reports, as I was told. At some point, we had to if you look at my proposed agenda for one meeting, it was that we should invite Werksmans to at least brief us about the investigation. I think it was we had intended to invite them for that meeting of, think of 1 December, but then we subsequently had to make special arrangements with them to come specifically to brief the board about their investigation.
But can you just answer my question? If you remember, did you read the executive summary, which is not a very long document? I'm not asking whether you read all the Lever Arch files, and apparently there were many. Did you read the executive summary?
I said not all, because some
Sorry, when you say not all,
I
do you
I
mean?
was-
No, let me finish the question.
Sorry.
Are you saying you didn't read the workman's summary completely? You've seen it, didn't you?
there was I don't know what to call it. There was a very short document, and then some information was in USBs, which I was not able to access, and I made this clear to the then CEO, and that's when we arranged for a meeting for them to brief us.
Now, amongst the many things that you may or may not have discussed at the meeting which you now talk about and which you have arranged, was there an executive summary of Worksman's report which you are familiar with? The answer is simple, yes or no.
When I met with Martha and Ms. Ngoye and Mr. Dingiswayo, I had nothing. I had not been told anything. I had no document. So they had to brief me about the status, because there were specific questions that
Two things
I had
that,
not read anything, President, but
no,
Mr. Paver had apparently moved on and was asking me something else, but
No,
my answer to him was no.
well, so you didn't read the report?
No, at the time I met them,
Yes.
yes.
But I understand your evidence that later you got an opportunity to read it before the board meeting of the 1st of December 2017. You certainly acquainted yourself with sections of the worksman's report, is that not so? Including the executive summary.
I'm sorry, I'm losing you. You were still on. I answered when I met them for the first time.
Sorry, Judge,
I had not read
Judge Makhubele,
the
I'm not talking
executive
about
report.
Sorry.
Subsequently, I think I requested executive summaries
Yes.
so that I can familiarize myself with them before the board meeting.
Yes.
So that's your question.
That's my question.
That's
and I
your
think
question.
You've answered it.
And my answer was, I was given a document and some discs that I was not able to access. If you allow me, Mr. Paver, there's an email that I want to refer to. There's an email memo in preparation for the meeting you are talking about, where I request specific documents and information for the meeting. And then there's a subsequent email memo where I mention what was not given to me. Have you seen that?
No, but Judge Makhubele, the question is very simple. The worksman's provided an executive summary. I'm not concerned about all the other stuff they might have given. I want to get clarity from you whether or not you read the worksman's summary or not. And I'd invite you to answer yes or no, if it's possible.
I'm saying I want to answer you with regard to what I was given, because I don't want to agree with you that I was given an executive summary when I was not given an executive summary. Can you allow me that opportunity? It won't take a second. There's a memorandum of 27 November 2017. This is me to the secretariat and copying everyone in the board, where I'm requesting documents for the meeting of 1 December 2017. One of the documents, and I say, the details of the investigations indicated below are intended to assist you to provide the board with relevant documents and information to enable us to properly consider the issues. As you know, the board appeared before Parliament on 24 November, where it was asked to report on these investigative reports. As we had not discussed or considered these reports, we were not able to answer any questions. Please take note that the board is expected to provide written responses to Parliament as soon as possible. I list public protector report, derailed, and also the information that I'm looking for in that report. I list number 2.
Sorry, Judge Makhubele, what is that? The question that's been asked of you now. You're reading there and you're asked to say yes or no. And we won't finish if you go on like this, because you're reading long documents or prefacing your answers when it's supposed to be yes or no.
I apologize. Let me just read, because I'm being asked about
You mean you're
Versman's.
ignoring what I'm trying to ask you now?
I,
If you
I,
answer the question yes or no, we move
I
on to something else.
apologize, but the question is asking me if I have.
Will your reading of what you're reading now answer the question?
No, I won't. I'm going to answer because he's interested in the Versman's, what I heard with regard to Versman's. And
Mr. Paver, do you need all of this? Do you need all of this
Judge
reading
Mashidi,
before?
I didn't ask for this. I mean, all I wanted was a simple yes or no answer as to whether or not Judge Makhubele had read the executive summary of the worksman's report.
Please confine yourself to the questions, Judge.
I am going to, in this email, I say, what I was provided with were preliminary reports, executive summaries of preliminary reports. And I was also given USBs that apparently contain a complete report. I had challenges with these devices, and I've discussed the issues with the CEO. To answer your question, I'm requesting executive summary of the final report. A hard copy of the final report must be made available to the chairperson. So by the time we went to this meeting, I had only seen executive summaries of what they refer to as interim reports. They were very thin documents, but then they said because there was already a final report. That's the executive summary I was looking for.
Judge Makhubele, what did the worksman's report deal with? What subject matter did it deal with?
My understanding of the Werksman's investigations was forensic investigation relating to it was actually forensic investigation arising out of or with regard to procurement in the I forget this name. Is it a Siangena matter? So it was the forensics relating to if they identify you, Mr. Paver, as one person of interest in regard to the irregularities, they will investigate everything about you in a forensic manner. So that's what it was all about.
Do you recall what the worksman's report was all about? What entity was involved in that gave rise to a major investigation? Can you recall the name of that entity?
I can't.
Well, let me remind you, it was Swifambo. Does that name ring a bell at all?
Trifambo raid, it's a yes.
Yes. Does it ring a bell? Yes or no?
Yes.
Or would you like me to just give you some more
I say I
particularity?
remember the name Trifambo. It's
Swifambo. Yes, and do you remember that in the report, in the first few pages of the report, references made to certain irregularities that took place in regard to the entering into contracts, including one Mr. Lucky Montana. Does that name ring a bell?
It's famous.
He is famous. Why is he
Yes.
famous, according to you?
Because he's in the news. And
But
I
what
mean,
is
with
he in the
regard
news
to
about?
Prasa, he was the CEO. I think in the maybe 2 years before I went to Prasa, and I have seen just last week I was reading a memorandum that was directed to him. So I know about him.
No, well, I don't want to know what you know from last week, please, Judge Makhubele.
No, I say
want-
I know about him.
I'd like to, I want to get from you what your knowledge was of these people as at the 1st of December 2017.
I had no knowledge.
You had no knowledge. You'd
No.
never heard of Lucky Montana as of the 1st of December 20.
I say there's no way I could not have heard about him. When I went to Prasa, he was the CEO. And obviously I would have come across many documents mentioning his name. So
Yeah.
I'm not saying I had not come across his name.
And when did you read through this and digest what was being investigated by Worksman as contained in the executive summary? Did you read that?
I say because there was much to read. And it was boxes and boxes and boxes. The board decided to invite them to make a presentation to us. Because we were, and if I can just maybe state right now, we had, at the time we were preparing to go to Parliament, and we had specific issues to answer with regard to Werksmans.
Do I take it from that answer you gave that you don't quite recall the executive summary?
No, President, I can't recall. I mean, this is 6 years ago.
Yes.
Or 8 years ago. So I can't recall.
Yes.
And I had asked specific information, and the board wanted a presentation, which never happened.
Mr. President, I've asked that Judge Makhubele be provided with volume 7 of the bundle. This volume contains the Worksman's report, and I've asked, would you be so kind, Judge Makhubele, to look at what is contained in, well, let's start off with page 1, 2, 3, 4, near the beginning. 1, 2, 3, 4. Judge Moshiri, volume 7 of the page is headed Executive Summary. It's a report of Prasa. Do you see that? Page 1, 2, 3, 4. Right at the bottom, you'll see printed 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yes?
You see at the top of the page, Executive Summary.
Yes?
Now, this is an executive report. As you quite rightly point out, it was an interim report. And is this the report that you read on that when you got the opportunity to?
You say I read this, or I should have read
I'm
this?
asking you, Judge Makhubele, do you recognize this document as the one that you read in anticipation for preparing for the board meeting of the 1st of December 2017?
I've already answered the question that there were interim summaries, which if I had known you'll be asking me these questions, I would have brought them. I have not seen the executive summary of the report. There were interim summaries, which I think They are there somewhere in my house. So I can't say I've read these documents because in the first place, it doesn't say it's an interim summary.
Well, let's see if I can assist you, Judge Makhubele. The document that you are now looking at and paging through, did you see it before?
President,
Or don't you recall seeing it?
I do not recall a report of this nature being presented to me. What was
No, we don't need
presented,
to know
what
more.
was presented to me is what I was interrupted to say is irrelevant when I was trying to explain what I had.
No.
So
All you had
if
to
you
say-
can allow me to say what I had, and then
if I allow you to say what you heard or what you had, what do you want to tell us?
what I was given.
Were you given what you now have in front of you?
No,
Thank you. Judge Makhubele, this report that I've shown you, which you say you didn't receive, relates to the relationship between Mr. Lucky Montana and one Mackenzie Mabunda. Does that name ring a bell? Mackenzie Mabunda?
it rings a bell. It's mentioned in the 417 inquiry.
So the 417 inquiry, you made a connection between Siyaya and Mr. Mackenzie Mabunda, is that right?
His name appears there.
Yes. And in this report, the Swifambo report, it seems that he had a somewhat interesting relationship with Mr. Lucky Montana in the sense of that it was not particularly lawful. It was, did you not pick up on that?
No one has ever told me that.
But now,
Mr. Paver, what has this got to do with what we are inquiring on
well, it
about?
goes to the second aspect, Madam.
Oh, I see.
Mr. President.
Yeah.
It goes to the second aspect because Mr. Mackenzie Mabunda was the beneficiary of the settlement of the claims. Well, certainly entities that were controlled by him were the beneficiaries of the settlement of the claims which you instructed had to be settled. Is that not so?
My understanding is that the beneficiaries were at that stage the liquidators, but if you're asking if the companies were owned by him, that is before it went into liquidation, the answer is yes. That appears from the evidence. But at the time, the beneficiaries were the not even liquidators, would have been the creditors of the creditors, yes. If you want to use the word beneficiaries, it would have been the creditors.
Yes, well, that's only in respect of the liquidated companies, isn't that right?
Yes,
Yes,
that's
not
the
in respect of the other one
that's
that,
that's the only one I would. I don't know about his many other companies. We had evidence he was paid billions, if I'm not exaggerating. So I know nothing about any of those things. So he probably had multiple companies and probably had been paid that kind of money that Mr. Dingiswayo testified about.
Judge Makhubele, what made you take an interest in this Siyaya litigation? What was it that caused you to take an interest in it?
I knew nothing about it until Advocate Botes approached me, as I've testified, and they brought those documents, and the liquidators subsequently called me. Like any other matter that I attended that was brought to my attention. So it's to use the word I took an interest on it. Would be to cast some aspersions on me, which is not supported by any evidence before this tribunal. Any other matter that was brought to my attention, I dealt with it. As you have seen, I've attached a lot of documents.
But Judge Makhubele, let me just understand this. You arrived at Praza. Can you remember the first day you clocked in as the chairperson of the board? Which day was that? You were appointed on the 19th?
We had a meeting with the minister, I can't remember when, but soon thereafter. That was the first time I set foot at Prasa.
Yes, and then when did she start working? I mean, apart from having a meeting with the minister.
Straight away, because hardly a week after our appointment, we were called to Cape Town. A week is too much, I think, 2 days later, because our first appearance was in Parliament was 24 November. So 2-3 days later, we were called to Parliament to be told about all these issues that Parliament has been requesting information on, and that they needed a report. So that was what I can say, what set the tone or the agenda for our work, besides the matters that obviously would arise from minutes and those brought specifically to me or the board. So I went there as a psychologist will say, tabula rasa, a blank page. I knew nothing, I knew no one. Thank you.
And I take it you were still finding your feet when Mr. Botha made contact with you, is that correct?
Yes.
You hadn't formed any opinions of the way this organization was operating by then, in the first week of November of 2017. Is that correct?
As I said, my first task to familiarize myself with what's happening, I was having meetings with each and every unit at Prasa. The executive or the heads, to familiarize myself with what is it they're doing, what are the challenges, what are the current issues that are at board level, and all those things that they would tell me. So I was not, you can't describe it as finding my feet. If you know what you must do, you act proactively. You get to a new place, you find out what's happening that is at your level, or that is.
You accept that you were a non-executive director you were appointed as a non-executive director on the board of PRASA. Do you accept that?
That's true.
Yes.
That's what the letter says, and that's my understanding that all of us are non-executive.
And how is it that you were appointed the chairperson?
I don't know. You know, when that announcement came, on TV, if we can get that footage, it already had chairperson Ms. Makhubele, members Mr. Maluleke, Ms. Dr. Skeepers, Prof. Mal. So, and I've already indicated that. I don't know where, but it's said to be a cabinet statement. How cabinet, maybe they looked at all our CVs and decided that this is the one that must be chairperson. I don't know. Short answer.
But in your CV, would you have had described how many boards you had been a director on?
I have quite an extensive experience. I remember I was a member of the tribunal.
This is now the Water Tribunal.
Yes, it's a,
Yes, okay.
and I have never been in a member of a board, but my experience administrative wise, yes. So I don't know, whoever looked at the CVs, why they decided this is the person that we as parliament, cabinet must appoint as chairperson.
So from your CV, it didn't appear that you'd ever been on a board other than the Water Tribunal. Do I understand your evidence correctly?
I just said that
Yes,
I have never been in a board.
right. So this must have come out of the sky like a bolt out of the blue. I mean, here, you were getting yourself ready to become a judge, and the next minute you get this appointment. And not only just to be an non-executive director, but also to be the chairperson of a board where you had no experience of running a board where you are handling billions and billions of public taxpayers' money. Isn't that right?
I wish we can ask whoever made that appointment. I say my CV was collected. The next thing cabinet announces, and as to whether a person without that experience can be appointed to a board, I think that's debatable, unless if you want to minimize my general experience to say I can't be. I don't think that's your intention. So
Judge,
I will just let it slide.
thank you. Judge Makhubele, what did you perceive your role as a board to do? What were the powers of the board?
You want me to recite them?
Well.
I mean,
Is it going to take us till tomorrow, or is it just you tell us what did you understand the powers of the board to be, and where would you find those powers?
there's a compact between the minister and the board, and it contains a lot of things. One of them, which is the powers, and obviously the board being the governing body of that entity or agency that accounts to the accounting officer. So I don't know if what exactly you want to know.
Well, do you accept as non-executive directors, you don't deal in the day-to-day running of PRASA? You accept that?
Of course, you don't deal with operational issues.
Yes.
Operational issues, but then there may be an issue that has been delegated, and the fact that that power has been delegated doesn't mean that if there's a need, you cannot, the board divests its powers. It's a simple delegation kind of a relationship, yes.
And
But
you
you can't deal with everyday operational matters, particularly those that have been delegated, unless they are under certain circumstances, of course.
So you appreciated at the time that your powers were limited by the delegation of authority. Is that correct?
I don't know if you can call it limited, but then there are certain issues that have been delegated to executives. And if the delegation has a lot of, talks about many things, and at each level that would require or belongs to this particular official or manager or executive. And of course, there would be financial delegation for each and every official. Yes, so you delegate. Each one has their limit, and I don't agree with you when you say the board's powers are limited. I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to say. Unless if you mean you remove certain powers, because the power belongs to the board, and then you delegate to this functionary and that functionary and that functionary and that functionary.
Now, you mentioned in your evidence that the board was provided with a delegation of authority document. Is that correct?
Yes,
Yes. And I take it you bound yourself to operate within the terms of that delegation of authority.
of course, it's a binding document.
Yes. And that was the document which which you had put up with your papers, but it's in volume 6, page 974, Mr. President. Volume 6.
Angawisa nginakhava yami nalo. Angawisa ngiyikhava yami. Where's my cover?
Volume 6, 974. Oh, we'll finish by tomorrow. Because this is pathetic. Do you have it, Judge Makhubele? Yes, this is a document, you see TAM 31, that's a reference, I take it, to your initials. And this was put up in your papers and found itself into volume 6. And you recognize this is the delegation of authority which you were furnished with when you arrived at Praza, and one which guided your conduct as the chairperson of the board. Is that correct? No. I said that this is this, Judge Makhubele, just let me just repeat so there's no confusion. Judge Makhubele, do you recognize this as the delegation of authority document which you received upon your arrival at Praza?
This document is incomplete. It has no signature. It's supposed to. I don't think it's complete. Yeah.
Well, is this the document? Whether it's complete or not?
I'm saying I can only recognize it if I see the signature, the date of this
Well,
document.
don't you see, Judge Makhubele?
It's not here.
It's your initialing at the bottom. Do you see that? This is a document you put up in your papers.
You say?
That's your initial at the bottom, is it not?
No, I don't sign.
Maybe you're saying the copy you have is not complete, but the real one that you know about is complete. Is that the story? The one you have before you now may not appear to be complete to you. But the one that you know you received on your arrival at Praza may be complete. Is that what you say?
Yes. Can I just remind you, sorry, Judge Makhubele, just might help you. Your advocate, Mr. Maleka, acting on your instructions, cross-examined Martha and Goy on this very document.
I am saying this document is, I'm not disputing that he cross-examined there on the delegation of authority document. But I'm saying the copy that you have given me is incomplete because I need to see who, remember the delegation is signed by the board chair.
If I recall correctly, the document was used extensively previously in this hearing, and there was no issue about it being incomplete or not the right document. Is that not your recollection of the evidence? No?
Let me answer by saying if it's the document signed by, what's his name? There's a Buthelezi name, Sifiso Di Buthelezi, then yes, that's the delegation of authority. that was given to us by the Secretariat of the Board, Ms. Martha Kotu.
Right, so this is the document which you studied, digested, and it was the one by which you guided your conduct as a board, having regard to its provisions. Is that not so?
I am aware of that there is this document, and but what I don't understand is your question that
Put the question you want to,
Yes.
Mr. Paver.
Maybe I should just make it shorter. This delegation of authority was in place and which you used in order to make decisions as to who had the power to do what at Praza after your arrival there. Is that not so?
the document was requested. If you look at the minutes of that meeting of 30 October, because we wanted to have a look at it to see if it's still relevant, it complies with whatever a document of this nature should be for a review. And the Secretariat of the Board forwarded this document to us. My reason for attaching this document to my papers is because there's an allegation that there is a new delegation of authority. So I attached this document to prove that this is what we were given, nothing else. But there appears to be another one. So I never said I'm submitting this document because it helps us to deal with matters. I said we requested it to have a look at it, to review it and see if there are changes that we can make. So that process was ongoing, and then this matter happens. I just, that the purpose of submitting it is to say that this is the only one that I know and nothing else.
Yes, and you were satisfied that at that time that this was the delegation of authority which applied. Isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean by satisfied. You asked for documents from the people who have custody of the documents. They give you the document. I don't know what you mean by satisfied.
Well, you accepted it as a
Yes,
delegation of authority.
That's what they gave us.
Yes, so you
Yes.
accept, sorry, Judge, I'm interrupting you.
We didn't come to a stage of accepting it because we requested it so that we can have a look at it and review it. If you look at the minute, we were talking about reviews of documents such as this. So before you say a document is due for review or should be reviewed, you need to have sight of it, and this is what was given to us.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, sorry to interrupt. Maybe we hate to interrupt cross-examination. Maybe this is a matter on which you can give a ruling, either for the cross-examiner to proceed to ask the question he wants to ask based on the document given to us some time ago in this inquiry. Alternatively, for this aspect to stand over until we're agreed On which document we're talking about now?
Well,
We have to give some,
no,
make some progress.
yes. What is the question you want to put to her, Mr. Paver?
I just, thank you. What I want to establish from you is when you started making decisions as a board, which delegation of authority were you using?
The only document that was given to us, and I said, I've already raised my concern that, a lot of my bundles, the bundles that I have, some copies, some pages are missing, and I said,
No, maybe I can assist you. Did you use that document which you now have in front of you as setting out how you should operate? The answer is a simple yes or no. If it is no, then which document did you use?
this is the only delegation of authority that I know. I mean, if it's the one that is in my papers.
I suggest, Mr. Paver, you ask your questions based on that document.
On this document. Thank you.
That we've been given all the time. There was no indication at all prior to today that it may not be the document used at the time at Prasa.
Now, the document may explain that you exercise your powers having regard to the Legal Succession Act. Do you see that on page 976? Please have a look at 9.
Yes?
Right. And so did you acquaint yourself with the provisions of the Legal Succession Act?
After our appointment, we had some induction, if I can call it, that a day where you sit, all of you with and you are given all statutes, all sorts of everything to do with the organization that's relevant. So I'm confirming that
Yes.
we were not just thrown in and say you'll find your way out with regard to the legislation or operating documents, but this is how it is. These are the legislative instruments. So we went through that.
Well, who presented the induction?
I can't remember. Tomorrow I will tell you because I think I still have a copy of the induction pack.
And that was induction of the incoming newly appointed Board of Control. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes. So your answer would also encompass the Public Finance Management Act.
Yes.
Yes. Had you ever had any dealings with the Public Finance Management Act as counsel before?
Extensively.
Pardon?
Extensively.
Extensively. So you were
Yes.
familiar with all its provisions.
I am familiar.
Good. Thank you.
I am familiar. But I've been sitting home now for 6 years. Is it 6 or 3 years? So if there are any changes,
No, I'm not going to do a quiz.
so I am familiar. I have very familiar. Yes.
Now, one of the issues that this tribunal has been required to investigate arising out of the settlement of the claims of Siyaya is whether you went beyond your powers to settle the claim, whether you, Judge Makhubele, went beyond your powers. Now, one of the issues there is what gave you the power to settle these claims?
I've said throughout that my version is that the claims are within the delegated authority of the group CEO. That's number one. And that who was within, would have been within his authority. And when you look at my first memo, that's the issue that I raised, that as GCEO and looking at these are matters that are within your authority. That's number one or number two. And when after the approach by Mr. Botes, and after discussing with my colleagues, and we satisfied ourselves that the authority lies with the group CEO. And but because the matter has already been escalated, it didn't require a board resolution because the group CEO is the one that has authority. And then I was then authorized to work with him to investigate these matters. So, and that's what happened. So I don't know if I've answered your question. There's no authority this was not a board matter. This was a matter that fell within the jurisdiction of the group CEO, but because it was escalated to the board, I got involved with him and authorized by the board to assist him with the following up on the matter, and if necessary, obviously, to do what would be necessary.
But who escalated it? I mean, I hate the word escalate, but who referred it to the board? Who was the person that referred it to the board? Who?
I was with the group CEO.
Who was the group CEO at the time?
Zide.
So Zide, is this your evidence that Zide then decided that he would approach the board for the board to decide to assist? Is that right?
No. Remember, the matter was reported to me. And I write a memo to Zide. If you read that memorandum, I ask him that because of the nature of these claims and where they went through even arbitration, and you are the person that should have it's within your delegation of authority, even in terms of finances, financial delegation, because the issue was whether that the claims should be settled or not. And that's within the delegation of the group CEO. So when I wrote that memo to him as CEO, to state the obvious, because when Botes came, I was with him to say, you remember we were in this meeting and this is what happening, get these reports and then submit these reports so that I can report this to the board on a particular day.
But I don't understand, Judge Makhubele, because you were the one who received the approach, not Zide. You were the one who received the approach because of your connection with Buertas. It wasn't the other, sorry, let me just finish my statement. It was not the other way around.
Again, I will protest to your choice of words. I have no connection with Botes. No one has testified that I have connection with Botes. So I take offense to that word.
Well, you had been on the bar council together. You were both advocates from the Pretoria bar. There's the connection. What's wrong with the word connection in that context?
If you contextualize it, yes. Maybe use the word because Botes knew you, Botes called you, depending on whose version you believe. If you believe his version, he says, I called him, and I say, but there has been a calling and there has been a meeting at Prasa. At that meeting, I was with the group CEO.
Well, please have a look at page 991 of that volume that you've got in front of you.
991.
991.
991. It's a spreadsheet. I'm there?
Are you there?
Yes.
Good. Now you'll see that there are a series of columns, and if you look in the left column, this and it's the second, you see 18, research and development. We're not interested in that. Let's have a look at the next one. Number 19, legal claims. Do you see that, Judge Makhubele?
Yes.
Right. Now, unfortunately, the second column from the left, if you look, turn the page back, it talks about the responsibilities of the minister stroke shareholder. That would be the minister, I take it, of public enterprises. Or was he the minister of transport?
Where are you reading? Power of Prasa.
Please just have a look, the
Minister
power of Prasa, and the last column you see minister shareholder. Do you see that? So the second column from the left is the powers of the minister and the shareholder. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the next one, the third column, is the BOC. That's you, the Board of Control. Is that right?
Yes.
Then number 3 is the GCE. That's the General Group. Sorry, it's the Group CEO. Then the next one is going to the right, CFO. That's the Chief Financial Officer. See that?
I see that, but I don't understand
You don't
the
understand.
relation between that and the page that you had directed me to.
Well, you see, if you now fill in those, the designations, so look at page 991. The first column is the powers to deal with legal claims, number 19. You see that?
I thought the exercise that you're gonna take me through would be the AP1, AP2, AP2.
No, don't try and read council's mind. Let him put the question and then
Yes,
we'll work
because
from
I
it.
want to write here, well, it's not my document. So you say column,
What's the
So column
question?
one is the column two. Okay, from the left, there's minister stroke shareholder,
yes,
right? The third column from the left is BOC. The fourth column from the left is GCE.
yes,
The fifth column from the left is CFO. The next column to the right of that is GE and then CE. And then the last column on the right is other. Now, under GE, legal and risk are given the powers to settle any claim by or against PRASA or dispute with PRASA. You'll see the BOC column is utterly blank, which means that that's not your function to settle claims.
you are reading, my reading and understanding of this document is not the same. There's
Can we go on tomorrow?
it's not the
If
same.
you read what is being pointed out to you,
I disagree. I disagree. If you specifically talking about settle claim, I'm looking at look at the legend, page 983.
before we start looking at anything, what's your point, Mr. Paver, that she had no authority to settle claims?
That's the point that I want to make.
Yes. Well,
And also the GCE, that would be Mr. Zide,
Yes.
had no authority either.
Judge Makhubele, do you
I'm
understand?
saying his reading is wrong, and I'm saying if you look at the legend,
No, can you just,
AP2, it's subject approval within the area of responsibility and financial limit. So you look at who, each and everyone's financial limit. Remember, this is not financial delegation. You will have a delegation that Judge Mushidi, your financial delegation is you can do this, but your amount is 10,000 rand. So AP2 here means you look at financial limit. That's page 983, approval within the area of responsibility and financial limit. So yes, anyone, they can settle the legal and risk, but within their financial limit, which I believe they would have been given letters to say, this is your financial limit. It can't just be an open-ended. It's not an open-ended. There's a limit that each one is given. Even the lowest clerk, maybe to buy pens, you would have your authority that you can buy pens to the value of 10,000 rand, and it goes up. My understanding was that at the time, claims above 50, I may be wrong. That's why I'm saying when you don't just read this document in isolation, you read it with each person's financial limit. 50, above 50 million, it will be the GCEO. And the executive legal risk does not have that kind of financial limit.
I'm just going to repeat the question. What was your understanding? What was your financial limit?
It's, I think it says there is from the CEO, it depends. If the CEO is up to 100, and then the next will then have to, even he himself would not have that authority. So that's why I'm saying you can't read this document in isolation.
I'm not asking you to read the document. I just want to know what was your understanding as to what your limit was at the time as acting board chair of PRASA as to how much.
President, I'll have to look at documents, but the point that I am making was that this is not the function of the executive, because they don't have that financial limit. I'll have to look, because I'm saying this document is not complete. I'll have to look at my,
I think strongly recommend that we take the adjournment so that Judge Makhubele can acquaint herself more
Yes.
with this document. We
Yes,
can deal
you-
with it tomorrow.
Yeah, well, between now and tomorrow, Judge Makhubele, the document that you have in front of you now, please acquaint yourself with it. I believe there's more questions that will be asked about the document tomorrow. So for today, that is all, and we will adjourn until 10 o'clock tomorrow.